Where the hell does cat come from? get get out of here. What the? Yo. He's got a hostage. What do you mean they're free? They're gone. Set loose into the wild. Did you even pet the cat? It was in my arms. It was in my arms. Oh my goodness. It is Monday, my dudes. What's going on? Don't we just love Mondays? Any Monday lovers in chat? Eh. What do you mean, man? You crazy, bro. I get to go live on Mondays and see you all. Sorry for asking. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, no, you're right. Actually, I really hate seeing you guys. You're right. Mondays are the worst days. I knew it. Mondays used to mean you are gone. But it's Monday. But I'm here. We've conquered. I hear myself. Why? Fixed it. Why do we still say it's a Monday when you unexpectedly don't show up? Then what do we call Mondays? Do we want to see you? I mean, you're here. I don't know anymore. It's a paradox. Oh my god, we created a channel paradox about Mondays. Now what do we do? Well, I hope everyone had a good weekend at least. Yeah, I had a very busy weekend. My weekend was extensively busy, hence why there was no bump for today. But you guys don't want bumps anymore anyway, so it's all good, you know. There was way too much work at uni. There was way too much. That's not true. I want a bump. I don't believe you guys. No, I'm not really convinced. I'm really just not. Ooh, Path of Exiles 2 is really good. 2 days of downloading. Oh god. I played it a lot. Let's see what a lot means. Okay, I didn't play a lot. I mean, 33 hours, and that was during when they released Druid. So I played a decent amount for 33 hours. I played a little bit on release. 140 gigabytes. There's a lot to do in that game. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 on hardcore. Ooh, that sounds fun. I like hardcore mode stuff. I want to do like, I don't know how, but I'd like to do a community Wednesday. Well, it would kind of like kill it, but it would be interesting to see the execution of like repo hardcore mode. And if you die, you just get kicked from the lobby. And that like forces people to try really hard not to die. I'm just curious how it would go down. It would probably be a very short session. I tend to die at points. I like hardcore. It'd be like a 5-minute project for me. Could do like Lethal Company. I think I'm the one that dies the most in repo. I was gonna say you didn't die at all last session, but you weren't actually there. I mean, you tried, but it didn't work. I just crouch in the truck. Oh, and I'd probably make I'd add a mod that doesn't let you like camp in areas. What's up, Lexi? Yeah, you couldn't connect. There is actually a mod that like once you leave the truck, you can't go back in until all the things are done. But some people do have to AFK at times, so I didn't add it because it'd be stupid. You know, you can't just AFK in the first room. You would die. I mean, I don't know how true that is. Granted, we have a mod that spawns in monsters in any room except for the first room. That was our like difficulty bump in the pack. Yeah, I haven't played Path of Exiles 2 since December, but when I played it a lot. I don't remember why I stopped. I think there was just a big update in Final Fantasy at the time, and I prioritized Final Fantasy. I'm back to that game right now. Been playing it a little bit here and there. Can't decide yet what I want to do. There's some good options. I mean, I didn't enjoy Druid as much. I mean, it was good, but I didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I would. I liked Ranger. Poison Ranger was fun. I did also play Witch. I mean, honestly, I tried each character at least once. But my favorites were definitely Ranger, Witch. There's like another caster, right? Monk in Diablo 3. In Diablo 3, I was it, Demon Hunter, I think? With a crossbow. Oh, and Sorceress, that's the other one. Yeah. I'm a caster main in like all video games at this point. If I can shoot magic, I like. Sorcerers in D4. In D4, I played. What did I play? D4 was different because I played like, was it a barbarian or something? I found an anime you would like because it's magic. I still have to watch Freer in season 2. I'm just not locked into anime lately. I'm just not. Oh, what the hell? I mean, sure. You could have let the song finished. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, Witch Hat. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people tell me to watch that one. Yeah, I'm a sucker for witch hats and magic, so by all accounts, I should watch it and I'd probably really enjoy it. One day. One day. I could watch stuff, or I could sit in a VC and play Final Fantasy with people, and it's a lot funner. Watch a pretty nice animation about basketball yesterday. Basketball? What are you getting into sports? Goated. Goated. I think, or goat. Oh, is that the name of the animation for basketball? About basketball? You guys should watch Kuroko no Basket. Very good and funny. Hell yeah. Finished already? Damn. That's a good one. Even the movie. Let's go. No, I gotta catch up with Freerin. I might watch Witch Hat Atelier. I've heard only good things about it. I haven't even seen anything about it beyond the fact that it's good. I do think my friend, she has the hardcover copy of the book, the manga. And it looks good as hell. My thing about Witch Hat Atelier, does she even have a witch hat? I got my mom to go to the Backrooms movie yesterday. It was fun. Oh, I'm jealous. I have to go see it. I have to go see it. What's up, Cairo? She gets one, yes. Okay. I'm sold. Witch Hat and Magic. All right. How long is it? Is it still... More importantly, actually. When did it release? And is it still airing? Fun to see big budget liminal spaces. I just hope they did the Backrooms justice. I've heard good things, but not from Backrooms fans. Episode 10 came out today. Oh, they did a good job. Gotta watch it. I just recently watched Project Hail Mary. That was fantastic. What's up, Lunaris? So how many episodes total is Witch Hat? I might just wait for it to be fully out first. I'm not built for this, waiting for episodes thing anymore. Oh, that's it? Oh, episode 10's the last one? Oh, well. Witch Hat Atelier. My enemy list. Tongari Boshi no Atelier. 13 episodes total. It'll be 13 episodes. I'm gonna wait. I mean, maybe if I pace myself, by the time the final episode's out, I'll be caught up. But knowing me and shows and anime, when I finally lock in and actually watch one or a movie, I just binge it until there's nothing left. Just like what was it? Tokepi? The little alien anime. Yeah, I watched that in one sitting. What was the other one everyone told me to watch? It's also like fantasy magic. Not Frieren, not Witch Hat Atelier. There was one more. One more like fantasy magic-esque anime from the recent era. God. You know, someone just mentioned it the other day to me too. I already forgot the name. Problem is, I don't know who recommended it. I wonder if it was, in fact, I'm sorry, do you have replay gain on? What's with the like audio difference, man? No, it wasn't them. I don't know. I kind of fell off of anime, to be honest. Like occasionally there'll be one that like pulls me in, but I mean, Frieren is fantasy elf, hates demons, big magic. I mean, that's, you know, that's me to a T. Maybe besides the hate demon part, but you know. Boom, boom. Banger. Yeah, so because I got back into Final Fantasy 14, there's a fight. It's a boss fight. It's a trial. No, sorry, it's a raid. Um, and the song to me sounded like it was very inspired by Falling in Reverse. But I couldn't believe who like actually composed the song and then who wrote the lyrics and did the vocals. The singer of Beartooth did the vocals. Tom Morello composed the instrumentals. And I was like, what? This is a song in Final Fantasy 14? But it honestly, it's given like, here, let me see if I can find it. This is it, right? I mean, it's obviously it's not Ronnie, but it's giving Falling in Reverse. And this is just a song that plays when you fight a boss in Final Fantasy, and I'm like, what? I was like, I couldn't focus on the fight. There's an actual music video to this. What? Man, I want to play again. I'm curious what the comments even say. Is there anything about like All the comments are like Final Fantasy 14. It's great. Can I bother you to look at a tweet real quick? No. As a matter of fact, I'm offended that you would ask me to open Twitter. I should ban you for that. You should honestly be, you should be permabanned. What the hell? What is this? Dude, what am I even looking at? Ban him already. Yeah, you're right. No, I don't know about the scandal. What? What's up, premium? What? Lego. Lego scandal. No, I don't. I'm not watching a video. Guy tries to sell his Lego collection for a worth $200,000. Lego shop calls bricks and minifigs, steals it. YouTuber harasses Lego store for content. Lego store calls in the Mormon Mafia and is trying to get him sent to prison for 5 years. Yeah, I see the critical videos because I looked it up on Reddit and it's just. Is it all just videos? Can I get like a. This is crazy. What? They're deleting anything mentioned on Reddit. Oh, what's the PR statement? Stole a 100,000 to 200,000 Lego collection from an elderly collector and his family. They were elderly. Unauthorized local consignment arrangement between an independent former franchisee of the Salem store and the Mansell family. What? We offered to return these items to the Mansell family, though Bam had no legal obligation to do so, but it was refused. What? Why is it $200,000? Like, how much is what? Is it just rare, like, because it's a Star Wars Lego collection built over 3 decades? Oh, yeah, that'll do it. That would do it. I kind of want to see the set. Oh, man. What's up, Nor Princess? Welcome in. Well, North Home. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't hear about this. I should say I saw stuff like trending about Lego, and I didn't bother clicking on it because I was like, oh boy, another $500 set is out. That's what I thought it was. What I'm seeing right now is everyone wants to shut down their like IT equipment on July 13th, and I was like, wow, that's man, that sure is a thing. Brixie minifigs or what the fuck? Illegally stole a man's 200K worth of Lego sets. Yeah. I mean, I'm caught up now. It's crazy. You would take Atheris. What did you think I was gonna do? Actually, before Atheris, I was gonna take Nibiru, which is it's also a cataclysm. It's a controversy, like not controversy. It's what is it? Come on, what's going on? It's either real or not. Wow, a cataclysm. Well, say that again. The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. I thought you might take Pluto and be like, it's still a planet to me, damn it. Yeah, no, Pluto's not a planet. Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, no, it's not. It is not the case. Get Weezered. Thank you. Now, I was between Nibiru and I just got back into Final Fantasy after like a little bit of a hiatus. So I was just like, I'm just gonna take a Theros. I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm just take that. I don't think anyone's gonna think about it. I don't really have a lot of Final Fantasy like players, not diehard players in this community. Easy grab, simply so easy. I actually haven't seen what everyone grabbed. I'm going to predict it's like 90% Star Wars. The hell is this one? Okay. Malevelon Creek, okay. Yeah, Helldivers. What is this? Oh my god. Red Sox picked the Subnautica planet. Alright, Snowblade is Coruscant. Okay. Ghost of the Dane is Mass Effect. Chewie is just Chewie. We got Dantooine, okay, Star Wars. I'm pretty sure Fondor is from Star Wars as well. Yeah. What in the world is Gobbles and the Lernosaurs? Is this a planet? I can't even, I don't know. It might be. Wasn't feeling it. Euland, what in the world? Rhaegal? Ah, PSO. Gotcha. Okay. What's a good way to check what's taken? You just have to look at the list. In all honesty, most people who like day one pick a planet or pick a role name rather, um, they're typically people under like lore master, one of the special roles, anywhere between boosters to like lore master, and the moderators obviously. You just gotta check like the top. Was it 4 roles minus the bots? So do I do Jupiter or Kepler 22b? Hey, whatever your heart desires, man. I chose not to pick a real planet. Or Elpis. Hey, could do Elpis. Kepler, Destiny reference. Oh, this guy's just mentioning dead games in this chat. This is crazy. This is crazy. Isn't Jupiter in Destiny? Do we go to Jupiter in Destiny? You do, right? Because I mean, yeah, you can go to Europa. Europa is my favorite place in Destiny. No, but Jupiter is the cause of the current problem because he's very loud and very angry. Man, there's a lot of space news that happened over the week. You guys saw like the meteor that like sonic boomed near Boston? Or the rocket that blew up? I was there for that, yeah. I actually forgot to ask you if you like... I mean, I assume you heard it, but like... Damn. Yes, Europa is a moon of Jupiter, yes. Europa is the best. Yeah, I was wondering, like, did we even go to all the planets in Destiny 2? I mean, we went to Neptune. We went to, obviously, Earth, Mars. Did we go to Venus? Like earlier in Destiny, I think we went to Venus, right? Yeah, Destiny 1. And it's just mostly Titan, Europa. Oh yeah, Volta Glass. True. Is that it? Obviously, we never go to Pluto. We kind of... It's not in Saturn, but, you know, there's a gigantic dreadnought that blew a hole into, like, Saturn's ring. So that's as close to Saturn as we've gone, I think. Unless we have gone to Saturn. I don't think so, though. Hello, Mr. TSK. I think that's it. Yeah, you never go to Jupiter. I don't think we've ever gone to Mercury. What about Uranus? I just don't remember what planets you even go to. Hello, Johanner Gwumbus. Uranus, no. You go to Mercury? Yeah, I know Neptune. Because Neptune is, the, like, futuristic planet. City. Oh, Curse of Osiris. Right. Mercury. Well, I think that's it, right? Is there more? Am I forgetting anything now? I mean, honestly, anything like OG, like earlier Destiny 2, I forgot about. Or just didn't play. You were on Mars? Well, I already mentioned Mars. Were there any other moons? Or is it just Titan and Europa? Yeah, that's it, right? Oh, Phobos. Yeah, D1 is like... That's a long forgotten memory. Neomuna. Luna. Moons or Jupiter moons? No, just moons in general in Destiny 2. I mean, obviously, normal moon as well. We've also just been on Earth's moon in Destiny 2. Yeah. I was gonna say, you know, next expansion they should take us to like Jupiter, but ooh, well maybe in Destiny 3. Yo, Svathier, what's up? Long time no see. Is Ganymede in density? No, I don't think so. They don't know if Summer Games Fest is done now? Oh, is Summer Games Fest happening? Oh, IO. Yeah. Friday. Sony Game of Play. This thing related. There was a thing today, but I didn't think it was Summerfest related. I'm really behind with all the stuff going on. Honestly, I'm just kind of drifting in the winds. Stuff going on until Sunday. Gotcha. I guess I'll be looking out for some stuff. Exciting? I mean, Summer Game Fest is Friday. Is there even anything to be like remotely hyped about potentially? I don't know. Bloodborne 3. Bloodborne 3 too. Right. Right. Yeah. New Guild Wars stuff. Okay. So nothing to be hyped about. All right, cool. I'm glad we're all on the same page. That's good. Maybe they'd finally just reveal Destiny 3, guys. Ratchet and Clank. Actually, that'd be cool. I mean, I haven't played a Ratchet and Clank in a long time, but Code Veronica. Oh, true. The Resident Evil stuff. Alan Wake 5. Infamous. Yo, just port Second Son to PC. I don't even care about the rest of Infamous. Just give me Second Son on PC. And make it good. Gears of War. Never. I played the first one, I think. That one's just, it kind of flew past me. It was good, though. I don't know, I never really locked into Gears of War. I'm trying to think of, like, what I would want to see. Something from FromSoft, please. Even if it's just a DLC, like, for Night Rain. Please. Duskbloods is absolutely getting shown for Nintendo. I'd rather have something that isn't for Nintendo, but fair. New Wolverine game. That one looks sick. If it's the one that I'm thinking about, I might be wrong. Granted, not really into superhero stuff, but like the Wolverine games looked pretty dope. I'd like Yoko Taro to finally just announce something. He won't, but like, you know, it'd be pretty cool if he did. He's kind of too busy remaking Neon Genesis Evangelion. Evangelion. I don't know. A little bit of a game slump. He's gonna announce another collab of him handing out 2B like a blunt. Yeah, yeah, no, it's that I wouldn't even be surprised. I really wouldn't. You know, at this point, dude, I'm so tired of 2B. Like, one of my favorite video game characters of all time in the past, and I'm just like, I'm over it. She's just everywhere, man. You get bored after a while. But A2 was better anyway, so it works out. No Nintendo Treehouse announced, surprisingly. What is Nintendo Treehouse? My god, chat is all purple. You know, guys, there are other colors. Is that like Disney Treehouse? I don't know. Event where they announce their new games? Oh, I see. Oh, is that what they call it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Goddamn purple everywhere. Thank you for the green. At least for not a filthy gray name. Fair, I guess. No. More purple. Look at this. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, I get, you know, this is the purple site. I wonder if I can, like, just change everyone's name color through Chatterino. What if I just made you all red? Pretty sure there's an option for that. That would be really funny. Username style. That would be really interesting. I would probably get sick of it too. Just the same old color all over and over again. TYVM for the schedule. I don't really know what I'm looking forward to. I'm sure there'll be some really hype announcements, and I'm gonna be like, "Oh, dude, still reverberate." Well, now I gotta listen to that song. Still reverberate. Nah, the sleep token hype is over. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know, you guys. There's still some songs that hit, but just not right now. Where the hell is it? Do I not have the song? And why he beatbox? I don't know. What the hell? Hello? Baldur's Gate 2 is apparently getting a remake. Actually, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Other day. No evidence, but I'm wishing for it, that Bo Burnham was the lead singer of Sleep Token. That would be crazy. Although we already pretty much know who the singer is behind it, but... No, Bo Burnham is actually the lead singer of President. Actually, I've been kind of vibing with President. I mean, like 3 songs, but you know, I've been vibing with President a little bit. You want to talk about like finding more and more indie devs being better than AAA games for years now? Yeah, I agree. Well, that's the thing. That's why I'm not so like hyped about. Because like the game shows, they have like a portion for indie games, but typically it's, you know, it's just the AAA stuff, and I'm like, I just nah. Wow, a new Call of Duty. Wow. I agree. All the indie stuff has been hype. Reanimal was a great game. Even though they don't technically count, but they do. Come on, Expedition 33. Great game. I mean, I've been playing, I mean, No Man's Sky, Subnautica 2, but I don't know. I mean, that's AAA, right? Or is it? Is that indie? I always forget about who made Subnautica 1, 2, Below Zero. I want a new Assassin's Creed multiplayer like the one from Brotherhood, Revelations, and 3 and Black Flag. A little bit of a flex here, but I was a god at Assassin's Creed PvP multiplayer in Brotherhood and Revelations. Like, I mean, it wasn't very popular, but my friend and I were like top 10 in the leaderboards. In the ranked leaderboards for, was it ranked or was it just, did they have a ranking system besides the leaderboard thing? I don't remember that, but we were like top 10 on Xbox. For both of those games for like a year. And then she ended up joining like a clan. And I moved on to play Halo Reach. And I joined a clan in Halo Reach. For a little bit. It was I'm not built for clan stuff, and I don't know. If it's friend formed, it's cool. If it's just random people, I don't know. I get bored. It's fun for a little bit. This is why I struggle with stuff like PFing in Final Fantasy XIV, because it's not fun when it's not with friends. I don't know. I'm not about it. PFing's cringe, and I want to die. If I just read up on Mario Kart strats, maybe I'd like PFing, but I don't know. I just never really read into Mario Kart strats. It's just my thing. That was fun though. Good times. Good times. Good times. Okay. All right. So we have two things that we're gonna play today. Just about. I actually wanted to just hop on Minecraft. I'm like 50-50. Because we're already an hour into stream. And there was stuff I want to do on Minecraft, but today's stream might not be as long. So maybe I'll save... Messaging me very upset as an 11-year-old. It made me giggle. Yeah, I've definitely gotten some crazy Xbox live, like, voice messages. I think this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna hop on... Oh, I don't know. I'm so indecisive right now. Technically, there's 3 games we could play. Because Subnautica 2, the game Shirkwan gifted, and Minecraft. I'm so undecided on one. Like, I've been thinking all day, and my plan was to play the game that Shirkwan gifted, like, right off the rip. Already an hour into stream. Let's just play it. Let's just play it. Let's see what is going to be bestowed upon us. Are ads in progress? They are. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Hello? Okay. I can't hear anything. Hold on. My audio! It crashed! What the hell? I just wanted to add the game. I can't freaking hear it. Am I not? Okay. Alright. Alright, pause the music. What is going on? Alright, here we go. I can't move. There's no WASD. I'm sorry. This doesn't feel right. Oh, okay. Why does he like it now? What the hell? Okay, sorry. I'm shaking. Swear to shake it up. Swear to shake it up. I can't even hear myself think. Stop.
It has nothing.
Feel it.
Well, shake it hard until it yields.
Taste it.
Shake it.
It doesn't matter how much you shake me. You can't undo what's been done.
Things appearing. You know why these things are appearing, do you not? Why do you not know why these things are appearing? The things that are appearing should be obvious to you because of what they did. You know what you did. Listen. It still has nothing to say. Keep shaking until it gives you the answer.
What is happening? We're shaking that rat. Come on, man.
Keep shaking. Do not stop shaking. Shake, 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 shake the rat. You must shake the rat. Keep shaking. Shake it harder until it yields. Shake it until
Squeeze.
Get some help.
Oh, sorry.
yields, and it will tell you what you need to know because of what you did. You know what you did because you know what the rat has told you so far. Now talks. When the rat talks, you must listen. But the rat has words to say that you need to know because of what you did. Now squeeze. Keep squeezing.
I don't want to squeeze anymore.
Squeeze the rat.
It's Ratshaker, not Rat Squeezer. I don't want to squeeze. Stop choking your rat on stream. I'm sorry. I don't wanna. This is squeezes rat silly style made. Do it? No. What if his head explodes? Kill the rat. We must. No, Yoda. Pop his freaking eyes out. This is mess. You guys are messed up. Okay.
You must squeeze the rat to find the answers that you require. Squeeze the rat. Squeeze
What did this rat do?
and it will tell you what you need to know because of what you did. You know what you did because you know the rat has told you.
I yield. You've broken my will, O great shaker of rats. The answers you seek are over there. Beyond that hill stands a house that was not there before.
Yeah.
A house that has no familiar shape.
Yeah.
Built by sin. Go now, Ratshaker. Seek what you yearn for. Your actions have permanent consequences, you know.
Holy smokes!
Emergency. I'm currently under attack.
No. Who's gonna save you? Who? In the middle of nowhere. Okay? What happened?
This is where it happened.
What happened?
You must know what's inside. And there's no turning back.
Shake that rat.
You must find it.
Hyrule.
Abandon hope. Ye who enter
Abandon
here.
hope. What the?
Emergency. I'm currently under attack.
Holy smokes. Oh. Why this? I don't know. I was gifted.
Harder.
What? I don't want it anymore. I have to squeeze him to open doors. Oh my god. Hello? Find it. Come on. Damn it.
Oh my god. I think you broke something.
No, I wouldn't. No, come on. No, I do nothing, man. I don't do nothing here. Open the door. Open the door. Why won't it open? Open. Do I need to, like...
Oh my god. I think you broke something.
Oh, it takes from the meter. I see. Toilet. Huh?
It doesn't matter how much you shake me. You can't undo what's been done.
Yeah, yeah. Oh. It doesn't even freaking flush.
I wonder if a fall from this high will kill me.
Dude, I think about that all the time. I turn on the freaking lights. Hello? Open the door. What's going on in here? We got VHS tapes. What the hell?
Your supercilious behavior is quite discourteous.
I like your funny words, Magic Man. Who done lives here? Rats! Sorry. Rats, rats. We are the rats. Well, those are real people, so what's with the rat people? Man, this is a strange house. I mean, what the hell is that right there? I don't even know. Hello? What the? This shit crazy. Oh.
I actually have anti-rat shaking powers, so that didn't affect me at all. And also, I'm immortal.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Are you tired of dealing with pesky rats that just won't leave you alone?
Yes.
Introducing Ratshaker, the fast, easy, and fun way to keep rats in check. Just hold, shake. I actually have anti-rat shaking powers, so that didn't affect me at all.
Paper. Yes. Oh. Hello? Hello, is anybody home, please? A trail of newspaper. Nothing suspicious at all. Oh, that's a lot of dead rats. Oh, and beer. I think that's beer. Or rat poison. What the hell?
I wonder if a fall from this high would kill me.
Oh, we're in the same place. Find it. All right. I will. I will find it. Hey. Oh, what the? I think they're mad. They seem to be angry. Oh, blood, not funny. Did you miss a spook or something? I don't know. I'm kind of too busy shaking my rat.
I actually have anti-rat shaking powers, so that didn't affect me at all.
Hey!
And also, I'm immortal.
You keep saying that. What the freak do I care what you are? I'm here to shake that rat. Toast. Hello? Toast?
Oh my god, I think you broke something. I actually have anti-rat shaking powers, so that didn't affect me at all.
That didn't affect me at all. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Running. Oh, okay, dude, that one actually hurt, like seriously. Cut it out.
It keeps, there's like a, well, the couch?
She never loved you.
I know. What did they like? They
Your
put a
actions have permanent consequences.
silence. I'm looking for stuff. Hello? Oh. 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 Did that help?
I wonder if a fall from this high would kill me.
I found it. Yo, this game's crazy. Nope, I'm done. This is insane. Hello? Oh, sorry. Whoa. Whoa! Help! Wait, but I just... Let me in! Whoa, this place is friggin' crazy. Find her. Where is she? What the? What in the hell? This ain't no rat game, let me tell you what. I've lost my goddamn mind. Crack it. Okay, I'm glad you're a glow stick now, that's cool. Wow. What's in there? No, check it. It's gonna blow up. Run! No, I'm far away, I'm far away. Yeah, I guess it's fair.
I actually have anti-rat shaking powers, so that didn't affect me at all.
So that didn't
And
affect
also,
me at
I'm
all.
immortal.
For the masters, and don't just happen. Next year. Ew. What the hell, man? My toilet. You didn't have to explode the toilet? Dude! I don't wanna! Oh, jeez. No, I don't think that's the place either. I don't like that room. Hello? What the? Shh.
Actually, don't do that.
Actually? Seriously, don't. What the? Hello? You know, you're not really glowing enough for someone that's a glow stick. I can't see no damn thing over here. Where am I? How far down does this go? It's so dark. My glow stick! Hello? I had to sneeze. Stay lit! Hello? Silence. Stop it. No. This place is freaking whoa. Hello? Oh, thank you. I'll take that.
Your supercilious behavior is quite discourteous.
Whoa! What the?
You cannot escape.
I had no idea this is a horror game. This is crazy. I thought I was just shaking a rat. Oh, jeez. The tunnel.
Oh my god. I think you broke something.
Oh, the right path is this way somewhere. Aha! Oh, ew. Was not the bed? No.
Actually, don't do that.
Oh, sorry, man. Wow.
I can smell it. Down there.
Smell what?
I wonder if she knows what happened under her own floorboards.
It's there!
Enough.
Under the floorboards!
Your iniquities have led you here. There's no going back now.
This is amnesia-ass looking door.
Face the truth.
Hello? The truth is running in our blood. The answer are lying here within. But don't shake that camera, man. Hello? Slipknot! Whoa! Bubonics. What? Oh. Bonjour. Oh. Yeah, the bubonic plague. Sorry for interruption. Have a good day. Hello? Oh. No, no TV for you. Okay, bye. Bye, have a beautiful time. Holy smokes! Hello? Blood. Bubonics. Shake. Shake. Ha! All in a day's work. Hello? Dude, thank you. I'm quite the Ratshaker myself. Ooh, death. Alcoholism.
Jesus.
No. I'm going this way instead. Okay, wait, I want to face. I must know.
Hey, son.
I'm going in. Okay, I guess I'm not going in. Okay, bye. Who's that? Oh, yeah, that'll do it, man. That'll do it. Why he let that happen? Always handle your anvils. Hello. Okay, well, that was rude. Now I'm gonna walk into your room and you're gonna... Hello? Now you're gonna be so mad because I'm going into your room. And I'm turning the sink on. Yeah. Take that. Punk. Hi there. You come here often? Turn this off. No TV. Whoa, a blood trail. What could it mean? Hi there. I'm going this way first. To the red room. Oh. We've got to go power it up. I need a generator. Hey! What's the big idea? Bubonics. Oh! What'd you do that for? Oh my god. Ah! So no head? Shake! Let me in! Let me in! What's this way? Hello, not my own. How you doing? Is that the generator? It is. Unlimited power. Let me in. Aw. Hey, sorry about the TV again. Sorry about that. Just watch some TikToks or something, I don't know. Whoa. Whoa! No, I'm going here first. Ew, dude. Like, seriously, man? You missed the toilet, dude? Jesus. All right. I'm freaking out of here. I'm seriously never freaking going back in there. Ooh. What in the cultist ritual? Should I buy the PlayStation monitor for 350 bucks? Yeah, dude. You should. I think you really should, dude. It's gonna blow! Shiver me timbers! Run! This is all Trogdor's fault. Shake that rat for me. I said, shake that rat for me. I'm not doing that again. It's gonna blow. I can't even turn the TV off. Oh my god. Cut my life into pieces. No, I will not shake. Whoa. Broken. Why your foot tweaking out, huh? Why your foot tweaking out? Yo, my bad. I was just curious why your foot was tweaking. It's still doing it, bro. It's still doing it. You broke the toilet and your foot's still tweaking out. How do you feel about that? How do you? We're the sticky bandits. Brick. All right, little man. Did you know what this game was going to be? No. I thought I'm just shaking rats. Yeah, the title was just how I felt today. AKA very tired. Cause my ass stayed up to do my assignments. Oh, they love the rat. Oh, they love the rat. Yeah, no, Shirquan gifted this, so I was just like, cool, let's try it out. I didn't know he was into this kind of stuff.
What a waste of flesh.
I lost my goddamn mind. Oh, you're as beautiful as the day I lost ya. Merda. The bid. Wow. Let's get rid of that rod there. Just okay. That's crazy. Well, I'll be damned. Shake that rat for me. I said, shake that rat for me. Yo, 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 yo. Silence. Hey, oh, goodbye. The voices. The visions. Hello there. Hello? Gotta power up the engine. I got the power. It sure is doing a number on my desk mat. Okay, bye. Fleshy walls, yes. Very good. Wow. It needs some sort of like, you know, one of those tracks. Where the hell I'm going? Was I even meant to go this way? We turned the engine on. The generator. Michael! Don't leave me here! Yeah, he doesn't even want to talk to me anymore. And why he glow? I don't know. Why he's do this? And why he's green? Something tells me I'm going the wrong way. Radioactive, radioactive. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm radioactive, radioactive. Boom! Might this be the way? Oh no! Oh no! Wow. What a hole. Hi. Oh, a lift, really? Alright, great. Hey, do you mind? I'm trying to listen to the music. Thank you. This is a terrible time for a phone call. One sec. I wake up to the sound of the hum, ba da da bound, da da home, ba da down, ba da hey, da ba da home. Please talk to me again. Pringles. Mmm. No TV. I said no TV. Aw. Isn't there a real art piece that's not, obviously not like a rat, but it looks like that? I said no TV. Enough. And why no TV is not good for your brain. Dude, I can't believe the wall of flesh from Terraria in this game. Hi. Oh, are we praying? Wow, hi.
Look at what you've done. What started with vows of love now ends up wrapped in plastic. Reduced to rat food. You are the wife shaker.
Huh? Holy smokes! I think that's my wife. Yeah! Ratshaker. This is a great way to do the credits. I approve. Scabbers. What the? Hello? No Polish? A lore video? I'm pretty sure he was an alcoholic. I think his rampaging alcoholism led to him killing and strangling his wife. Who he then hid in the basement. And the rats ate her. The engine on this was unreal. My favorite part was the walls. I liked when the rat talked to me, and then he just didn't anymore. Is this it? Is this my stop? Oh.
Have a rat-tastic day.
Oh, thank you. You're talking to me again. Hey. No. I don't think I will. I don't think I will. This is my pacifist run. Do you think something happens if I just don't shake this rat for like 50 minutes? You know, there are more achievements. Gotta wait like 3 hours? Oh god, just keep this game open in the side. See what happens if you just don't shake the rat. Well, that was crazy. That was quite the video game. Well, sure, Quan. Thank you for gifting this experience. I hope you enjoyed me shaking that rat. Leave this open while you play Minecraft. I don't trust my PC enough to have like 2 games open because I just don't. It's gonna crash. Everything's gonna explode. I do remember when I had the little fishing lady just sitting around on the screen. Maybe we should bring her back. Just have her fish. I've caught every fish in that game, I'm pretty sure, at this point. How's the rat? The rat's, you know, we're friends now. I'm not gonna shake him. I'm just gonna, you know, I'm gonna let him live his life in my grasp. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, there have been updates. Oh no, the last update for Corner Pond was in 2025, September. And I already got all of that. Wow. Wow. Where's my Corner Pond? Oh, here it is. Will this even capture? Let's see, if I put her on the screen, where would she even end up? Wait, it's raining here. Last time we had, like, At the end of the road. At the end of the road. Wait, wasn't there a way that I made it like... I know there's a way that I did this so that the background was transparent. Oh, that'll do it. There she go. Doing her fishing thing. Kind of forgot all about this. Would it mess it up if I moved her around? Oh, well, you would see that, but it's not a big deal. I used to just keep this on and then look, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I got like 12 mil. All right, Ratshaker, goodbye. That was a good game. I like the message behind it. I like that. Is there a way to like... No, I guess not. Well, I guess we're gonna hop on Minecraft for a little bit, see what's going on. Good game. GG. Modrinth app finished. Dude, they have updated Modrinth every single time that I've booted it up. Every single time. We really shook that rat, huh? Yeah, I didn't know what to expect, and yeah, that's what we got. We got... I mean, we did shake the rat. Perhaps not in the way people anticipated. But it did happen. All right. It's been a little bit since I was, like, properly on the server. I want to see what the changes were that Peanut did. People are still away, so it's kind of, you know, it's quiet times in the server. Oh, hello. Oh. He, like, wait. What the hell? He moved everything... He flipped it up here. The map is over here. Move the axolotl. Here's our little staircase. I made the bottom section, and he, like, refined the top, which, honestly, it looks so much better now. We did this. We started a little path thing. That was my message. I moved all the animals down here. It's not done because I have to push back those walls so you know all the squares are the same, but from my understanding, he flipped Rocky. Wait. Well, he did. Yes. He flipped Rocky over and the Afton Sparv. Wait, what the? Hello? I think I just have to be on top over here so it... updates the map. Yeah, there you go. I like that the dock looks like a pirate ship. I didn't notice that until now. Dude, what is that? I feel there's been so many changes. What the? Where's my... Oh, here. New house over here. Looks awesome. And then I think there's another one. Somewhere in the... There's something over here. I don't know. I feel like this side of the server has been kind of away. Besides Peanut and I. But I was gone for 2 days. Took a little bit of a break. President's the new hip, like, band that every metalhead is like, this isn't metalcore. It's very funny. I mean, I think this is, this band's definitely an acquired taste, but it depends. There's a freaking Quagsire. Or a Whooper? What the? Is that a TARDIS? Oh, that's the banner. For Melancholy Hill. Up on Melancholy Hill, there's a plastic tree. Cool. I keep getting online threat detected. Oh, what the hell? Did I look at you? My bad. I wasn't even paying attention. How are you still alive? No, you're dead now. Wherever it is that you died, you died. Radiant and I have a building idea. I don't know when it's gonna be executed, because she is not on. I think the server will certainly liven up, it's just... we need to get out of the TwitchCon phase. I was thinking of moving all these chests. I don't know where, though. Wait, Repo Net back? We're continuing the save from last week. We're probably just gonna keep it going until we wipe. So even I don't really know what to do about if we wipe literally like level 1. My overarching plan is to do that playthrough, that run, until we wipe, and then after the fact, we're done. But if we wipe run 1, or like from the get-go, kind of blows, because... I don't know, it got pretty close near the end. It got pretty close. I'm just gonna move this stuff over to here for now. The hell am I doing? I was supposed to do this. Yeah, there we go. Max inclined to sabotage him. You want Repo to be over? I thought you were like one of the people who wanted it like permanently forever. Honestly, I don't really get why people prefer Repo over Lethal Company. I feel like Lethal Company is way funner. Please sort, bruh. I just love Repo Night. That's fair. Are you not a Lethal Company fan? I mean, what I like about Repo is the whole physics factor. Oh, now it sorts. I don't know what even changed to make it sort there. What the hell? You know, I think Peanut sorted this out and I just screwed it up. Let's do dirt here. All the stone products will go here. Wood products here. Give me the... This is also stone. Throw that in here. Throw this in here. Wait, no. Idiot. Those are pink petals. I thought those are like cherry blossom things. Alright. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, my friend, hello! How are you today? My friend... I went to sleep the same-ish time that you did in terms of hopping off Final Fantasy. Yeah, I'm also very tired. We stayed up very... I mean, it wasn't very late, but... Raiden and I, we were on Final Fantasy, just... I couldn't fall asleep. I don't know why. I just couldn't. I'm kind of pissed off about it now. I'm so tired today. I'm chugging this gamer subs. It's doing nothing for me today. I just wasn't around when Lethal popped off. And when I showed up, it was beyond heavily modded. My friends had a fucking TV and a shit playing German clips. I couldn't have fun. Yeah, that's fair. That'll do it. I always say, like... that you want to get into those games before they get super modded. What was that? This song kind of pisses me off, low-key. I don't know why. I'm fried today, for real, for real. It's always Final Fantasy 14 or VR chat, where I'll be on and I'm like, oh, okay, it's time for a break, and I stay on until the dead of night, and I'm like, oh god, how did it even happen? And for what? Well, it was nice meeting those people. I may never see them ever again, but it was nice. You know, it's just like this server. I may never see anyone from here ever again. But it was fun while it lasted. I made so many friends here. Thing. But I'm never gonna see them again. Where would I even put a lever? Freak it, man. Seriously, just freak it all. PoE 2 till 4 a.m. Lately... No, I don't know, actually. Not really. I was gonna say lately, just VC plus Minecraft, but it's kind of slowed down a little bit. No one likes this game anymore, and I'm sad. I miss all my friends that I made along the way. Sadly, need to return to VR chat now. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Yeah, definitely not that. My streamer mode, like, broke. Where even is it? Oh my lord. Oh my lord it. What? Streamer. There it is. Skyulin got mad at me for winning VIP again this month. How it is my fault when he made the rules? Yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. Rules are rules. I mean, I might be on, like, the DMCA days. I might hop on. Maybe not every week, but... I should say I won't dance every week. Oh, look at that. Ghost! What are you... Hey, what are you... For drinking days? No, DMCA. It's when they dance. They do the dancing stuff. No, you couldn't ask me to drinking VR chat again. That was a very unhealthy problem of mine. I'm trying to not do that. I don't think they drink at DMCA. I mean, people stream, so it's like... You probably don't want to do that. I thought it was an expensive problem you had. Oh, it was. Because back then I didn't know how else to socialize with people in VR chat, so I drank. That's it. I did. I don't recommend it. You can drink with me? No, I can't, and I won't. I'm done. I'm done. I'll become a stoner. I could totally do that. It wasn't expensive because I just had so much at the time. Also, people kind of just funded it. But they didn't know what they were funding. Sorry, I was excited. Oh, no problem, man. No problem. Thank you for your 40 consecutive streams. I appreciate that. I think I need more torches. It's not, like, removing the thing. How odd. Could, but never will. No. That was bad. I mean, like... It got pretty concerning. I don't recommend drinking in VR. Social drinking might honestly be the worst thing you can get into. If you have no, like, self-control. To be fair, not that this was like worth all of that, but I do think it benefited me in the sense of realizing that everybody on VR chat is somewhat like socially awkward, or they just don't get it. And I think the drinking portion helped me realize that, and that's what pushed me away from doing it, because I was like, oh, all these people are like this. And that gave me a major, like, boost in social interaction. And I didn't need to drink anymore to meet people. And then I got old. And then I realized that I just don't care about anything. God damn it. I knew there'd be like one spot that's just not going to be lit up in these. Ha! Yeah, yeah. You tell them. Drinking booze all day. It's bad to have a... Hold on. Are these all good? What do the numbers mean? It's just light levels. You don't want it at 0, because it means that things are going to spawn. I'm running out of torches again, though. It's just like... if you have sleeping troubles, and you take, like... weed for it, or whatever, you know, whatever, you smoke it, or whatever, you take edibles, like, it's a similar problem that you... How are you hitting me? Man? How? But instead, it's social. Give me that. God damn, this is a lot of... I mean, I'm not complaining because we need it for the torches. That's 2.5 stacks of coal. What the hell? I mean, I do have Fortune 3, so I guess that plays a part of it. I'm complaining. What are you complaining for? What's your problem? Minesweeper craft and a creeper goes boom! Yep, that's pretty true. I blanked a name, not a slur. Ever since I did that cover, I've had Pierce the Veil added to my playlist, and it's mostly what I listen to. Yeah, Pierce the Veil's based. What cover? What are you talking about? I'll play you my favorite Pierce the Veil song right now. Self-medicate. No, it's probably this one right here. She sits up high. This is another song that I did not like until I heard it live. Like, it's very common for me to... maybe it's just common for, like, concert goers, but... Oh, I see. I thought they made a cover or something like... I don't know if they did, but... Most of my favorite songs of today are songs that I ended up hearing live, and they used to be my like least favorite on that album. It's cool to see some people are like still actively on the server though. I mean, I was too. It's just I took a 2-day break because I've been playing Final Fantasy and catching up on content. I'm not even close to done. I have a lot more to do. I need to do the cosmic exploration. I'm gonna fish until I can't fish anymore. Which means when I die. But I'm gonna do that when people aren't, like, around, I feel like, because... there's a lot of content I could do with others. I say that, but Radiant and I tried to do the latest treasure thing, and I just realized how bad at tanking I am. Granted, you know, I am kind of under-geared, but... Gunbreaker was my, like, solo content job. I did it for, like, Palace of the Dead, and I did it for the new Palace of the Dead that I keep forgetting the name of. Was it, like, Eureka Ouroboros or something? Whatever it was. Oh, yeah. Everything spawns over here. You know what would have been really nice in this server, but, you know, for Vanilla Plus, it doesn't make sense. The, like, super torches. That essentially just cleared out an entire chunk of spawns. They're not easy to craft, so I feel like it would be a good... It would have been a good ad, but maybe for the next server. What should my next theme be? Do we just keep it glorp? I feel like every server I'd do something new. Last time I was gorillas. We'll see. The idea usually comes to me when it happens. What, just next time Minecraft community server theme? Just what I'm gonna build, essentially. I don't know. Because I always change my skin and everything with it. But I like the Glorp theme. It also fits the, hey, why you? Hey, why you? Hope you're having fun? I am. I'm back after 2 days. I was a little occupied over the weekend. I mean, like, multiple occupied, because I was doing Final Fantasy stuff, but I was also doing my uni work, and my uni work was brain rot. No, next server. Next server. Oh, no, not me. I don't know if I'm going to do a community server anytime soon. I think we're probably just going to wait for the next, like, person to host one. It's too much work to host a Minecraft server. I just don't... I would rather someone else do it. So that when people complain, I don't have to deal with it. And you can complain instead? Exactly. Although I can't say I've complained about this server very much. I think it's been pretty good. I haven't had any frame or, like, ping problems. And it's cool to meet all the peepos. Still reverberate! Stuck in my freaking head. Where even is falling in reverse on here? What just flew past me? What the hell was that? Leave me alone. I kind of want them to go back to this sleep token sound. I preferred it. How are there bats here, man? How? Dokibird concert is going to be funny since Shachi sent her PNG to Doki not realizing it's going to be a live 3D concert. Shachi's not a VTuber. I don't know what they're expecting. I'm just in a falling in reverse kick. I went through a phase of just not listening because of all the controversy, but then, like, all of the actual allegations were legally disputed and won. So I don't know. What the? This is right next to the house. Holy. We can't stop here. This is bat country. I remember being, like, so terrified of bats as a kid. Because, you know, the whole, like, if they land on your hair, they'll never let go. Never heard of that? It's real. I mean, it's real. Maybe it was just a Polish thing. I don't know why it was. It's one of the first things I ever heard about bats as a kid. They were like, if you ever see a bat, you better be wearing a hat, or it's gonna grab your hair and it'll never let go. It's similar to like when they're like, if you eat too much sugar, your hair is gonna get like stuck together. And then the reason I believed it is because one day I was eating a lollipop, I think, or something, as a kid. And obviously, I didn't pay mind to, like, sticky hands from lollipops. And my hair had a sticky portion. I'm like, oh god! It's true, it's true! I was just a moron. Just a dumb little kid. Bruce Wayne. This is enough of the perimeter lit up. Goddamn mind! I should be a real VTuber and just do a song cover. You guys think I can pull this one off right here? The answer is no. You don't even have to listen to it. These numbers disorient me, though, I'm gonna be honest, because I can't. Like him or not, he can certainly music. Okay. Let's see. How is it looking? God, that line, I don't know. It's so simple, but I like it. It's the execution of it. This guy just goddamn just ran at me with a spear. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I've already locked in, Joe, that you're like the stereotypical metalhead. Anything that a metalhead doesn't like, you tend to not like. So I'm just like, yeah, he's not gonna like Ronnie. He's not gonna like Sleep Token. He probably doesn't like President. You've locked into the stereotype, and now it's there forever. You can't escape it. Dude. Just the one box. I don't have to light this lower area that much. This is far enough away where I feel like even if they stray over, it'll be like one every so often. You know how tempted I was to just do Final Fantasy today, by the way. Closer to punk, mostly just an alt kid. A lot of the usual stereotypes of what metalheads I dislike, mostly because they're right about those things, but there's a lot of stereotypes about metalheads that I don't fall into. No, that's fair. I mean, there's a description I have for what I want to say, but I think it's too insulting, and I don't mean it that way. Because I think anyone should have their own opinion on music. And that shouldn't be swayed by anyone's description. But it's just you share an opinion with a lot of very common folk from a certain thing, and it's not inherently wrong to have that opinion. I mean, I'm not bothered that people don't like that I like Sleep Token or President or Falling in Reverse. No, I think you're very Redditor pilled with music. Because typically your takes on music fall really hard under like the threads that I see are the most popular on Reddit. Yeah, I know, and that's why I didn't want to say it, because I don't mean it in a bad way, but that's what's crazy. It's just you share a lot of those takes with like the common Redditor. And it's usually r/metalcore. Oops, that's the wrong button. I can't use it as an insult because I have left all social media essentially except for Reddit. So, you know, that's all I use. To be fair, I've certainly like lost my touch with a lot of music like this. And it's not just like it's not that I over listen to it. It's just I don't know, sometimes it is just too intense for my liking these days. Like this song is a bit overkill in my preference. And now I'm skipping it. I know there was another sapling planted here that wouldn't grow. This song's okay. have to be in like a mood, you know? And typically it's not a good mood to be listening to, or I have to be locked into like some sort of video game that has me really have to, I don't know, like Destiny 2 or something. Final Fantasy 14. Okay, great. Now where did I put those 3 saplings? Right there. Excellent. Yeah, that's why I didn't even want to say it. I was like, oh, if I say he's like a pocket metalcore Redditor, how's he even gonna feel? It's just, they all hate Sleep Token, and I think you shared an opinion on Sleep Token. I was like, this is straight out of Reddit. Like, this is an opinion, like, this guy read a Reddit thread. Don't get me wrong, though. I totally get why people don't like Sleep Token, and I'm not. I'm very open to people's opinions on music, because it's just interesting, you know? As long as the take is, like, valid, okay? Because if someone's just like, I don't like this band because, they're British. I don't like this band because, their lyrics are just so, like, bland. I mean, actually, the bland part's fine. I don't know. It has to be something valid, though. I don't know. It can't be... No, I can't think of a good example. It'll come to me eventually. I feel like I really haven't explored this land. Like, where did this cave come from, man? I don't know, my thing is, with music, is that I'm very open to it. I like all types of music. Except for country, but even country, like, there's some country music that I do enjoy. It's just, it's rare. It doesn't hit. I don't know. Doesn't hit the same. Oh, my frames, Jesus. It's this render thing that I have open, though. I'm not supposed to be just playing the full game with it on. And I am. Think of it, it's not the first time I've heard that kind of statement, but the other time I heard it was from a friend who was so Fantano-pilled at the time, he never had an original opinion himself. I don't like Fantano, so... But also, Fantano doesn't like Sleep Token. I just think... They gave him too much. I don't know. I think they validated his opinions way too much for someone that listens to music. I don't know. Like, holy hell, this is a lot of iron. Oops. So people are gonna dislike for my own reasons, not because they're not metalcore, though I probably wouldn't count them as that, because metalcore is its own sound. And Sleep Token is pop metal. I don't like Sleep Token because lead singer's way of singing annoys shit out of me. He will manage to sing in his English accent and sing in cursive. No, I get that. Yeah, that is fair. Listen, I don't like... It's not gatekeeping, it's like the opposite. I don't know. I don't like when people invalidate people's music taste because they like one singular band that the other person, like, that they don't like. And honestly, when I first heard Sleep Token, I was like, this sucks. I don't like it. And I don't know, it evolved. When I started, it's mostly the lyrics. You know, I'm very lyrically oriented with music. And if the lyrics, like, if I relate to it enough, then I'll like it. That's it. It's just that, it might even sound bad, but I'll like it lyrically. You know, my upbringing was very much revolved around religion. You know, let's not get that twisted. So it's hard to be like, it's hard to ignore when you have had your questioning of fate or something. I don't know if that makes sense, without it making it sound like, oh god, this guy's. Ends up almost formulaic to pop music, but done through metal, so it sounds complex, but I would hedge a bet that changing some distortion and keys, you basically have an Olivia Rodrigo song. I need someone to, like, make a pop cover of it. I mean, the Sleep Token themselves have covered popular pop music, like Billie Eilish and stuff, so... Okay. Typically, two-shot, just not this time, I guess. Fair enough. This cave is insane. This is, like, right next to base again. On reverse, it just reminds me of how everyone felt about rap rock, new metal in the 2000s. Like, people were nostalgic for it today, but back then, new metal heads were the butt of most jokes. To be fair, I didn't like Falling in Reverse during the more popular era back then. But it's just that everyone was obsessed with Falling in Reverse, so I was like, I'm tired of it. Tired of it, over it. And it's kind of happening again because of TikTok, I guess, but... I used to be, like, very gatekeepy and, like, anti... a lot of popular music, and then... I don't know, it had to be one of my friend groups. Like, it just opened up my... exception of people liking certain music, and I don't know, I'm always down to listen to new music, and if I don't like it, I don't like it, but that's kind of rare that I just don't like it. Well, I'll say, like, new rap music and mumble rap is cringe. I don't understand how people can get behind it. Like, Lil Uzi has some hits, but if I have to hear any more mumble rap, I think I'm gonna go insane. Oh, speaking of... Oh, no, this is Bloodsport, never mind. No. Oh, no. Ronnie's an absolute dickhead. That's very true, but honestly, what metal rock star isn't? I mean, Ronnie tossed a microphone stand at a 16-year-old at a concert. it's it's not let's not, let's not get it twisted. It's very true. But I wouldn't compare him to the likes of like Kanye. That being said, we're talking about the sleep token stuff as well, and I'm so gonna be honest. I am just not into it lately. I don't know. It doesn't. Not feeling it. My music taste has drastically evolved over the years. I was pretty hard locked into like metal, rock, and all that for the longest time, and you like Linkin Park kind of branched it out, obviously, with Mike Shinoda doing rapping, and I was like, "Ooh, this could be really good." And again, friend groups ended up like I didn't listen to Arctic Monkeys until my friend group like really introduced me to them. Aside from what sweater weather, sweater weather. I never know how to say that. Wait, no, not Arctic Monkeys, because I listened to them a little bit before that. I mean, they like properly introduced me to them, I guess, after the fact. I mean, mumble rap ain't even new rap anymore. Yeah, well, I mean, the whole hyperpop, I don't know. Like, I had the short phase during VR chat, but I can't get into all these new wicked crazy genres. Sometimes I can. There'll be like a song or two that I can get behind. Okay, I think we finally lit it up enough to at least not be concerned about the radius here. The only thing I typically agree with, it's not always 100%, but under most circumstances, what? Okay. Is people who are controversial and it is, confirmed. Or allegations that, I steer clear after the fact. I haven't listened to Kanye aside from, like, what? Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger in years. I mean, older Kanye, I can still get behind a lot of older Kanye, but I really don't stray too much into that. Kind of depends. Nope. I'm running out of space. I like the Graduation album from Kanye. It's primarily because no, we're gonna put the string away actually. It's primarily because at the time I was also really into Porter, and Porter did a cool live mix in one of his DJ sets with The Glory and his own song. So I don't know, it just made me be like, oh yeah, like this is cool, I like this. We need a new skeleton. Maybe I shouldn't have lit it up until I got a replacement, but that's okay. Three songs I liked by Kanye. Wolves, the other one with the piano, and Poopity Scoop. I don't like Poopity Scoop. Wait, give me that back. God damn it. Yeah. Homecoming is a good one. I like the Graduation album. The Glory, Flashing Lights. I thought those were good songs. But yeah, also, most of those songs, you're right, are just samples. And then he just raps over them with a beat. Flashing lights, lights. To be fair, if you removed his rap from, like, all of those songs, I think, you know, I wouldn't say I'd prefer them, but I would probably enjoy him equally as much as I would if he was just rapping in them. Don't get me wrong, sometimes he does pop off. It's just, I don't know. God, they're setting up like an entire town over here. It's a little sad when you see that it hasn't progressed much, but obviously everyone's away. What is that? There's a giant fox on it. That's cool. Oh, Runaway. Yeah, I like that Poke song. It's actually Runway. This place is so cool. And then you just, it's like the biggest vibe change over there up the mountain. They're actually working on stuff. I didn't see this last time I was on. Oh, they're making like a marketplace. I wonder who's primarily building. I think this is Waffles. I'm sure the aliens existed in medieval times. We sure did. You bet we did. So tomorrow we might do Subnautica. Unless I decide otherwise. Yeah, you're right. The pyramids. Continue our Subnautica playthrough. We're gonna be kind of like juggling around. There might honestly even be a day where I play some Final Fantasy. Bring that back a little bit. I mean, at the moment, I'm just tome grinding, to be honest. I'm just doing my dailies and trying to get the tome gear. I'm not sure I would stream the Celestial, whatever it is. Grinding in what game? Final Fantasy 14 critically acclaimed, up to Shadowbringers. You ever hear of it? Never heard of it. Please tell me more. Well, did you know they have a free trial up until level 80? And you can do all the way up to the Shadowbringers story? That's right. What if Final Fantasy 14 also ends? Well, they just announced a new expansion, so I'm not too concerned about that happening. Also, they announced a Neon Genesis Evangelion collaboration. So I'm gonna be honest with you, they're doing pretty well. They're doing pretty well. Didn't it happen once already? Yeah, Final Fantasy 11. Well, no. You're talking about Before a Realm Reborn. Then yes, that did also happen, yes. And, you know, it's funny. People keep asking for it to be a thing that they release, like a Final Fantasy 14 Classic. And, Yoshi P's just constantly like, nightmare. He didn't like Classic, which is very fair. But, you know, in a theoretical, hypothetical world where if Final Fantasy 14 shut down and I wouldn't have Destiny 2. Huh. I mean, I feel like I'd be playing a lot less video games in general. I'm trying to think what I would do. I don't know, dude. Like, a lot of my main games would be gone. I wouldn't have Destiny because it's cooked. Dude, I'd just be a... You know what? At that point, in all honesty, I'd become a VR chat streamer again. But I'd just sit in a world solo and just do just chatting. That's it. At that point, that's all I would stream, and then off stream, I would not exist. And I would sit in a world. I would never explore. I would find one world, or maybe like two, And I would only ever be in those, and we would just... That's it. I would never stream anything else ever again. Surely this is... Wow, this is not, like, below... That's crazy. This looks so, like, such a dark little spot. Fish World? Isn't it broken or something? You're back taking down Final Fantasy servers? I don't think you would enjoy those streams. I know you guys love VR chat, but I assure you that you would not enjoy constant just chatting streams from me. And people would want to join, and I'd be like, no. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't allow it. Oh, long time for new updates. I see. It's fun when I could join, but even then, if you let me, I probably didn't have the time nowadays. Yeah, probably. And before you end up accidentally becoming a wiggle streamer. What does that even mean? I'm sorry, my VR chat meta and the thing I enjoyed the most was going to worlds, meeting random people, and like being really absurd. You know, like my whole thing, my whole shebang was go to a random public world. Use, you know, speaking like this right here. And confusing people. My favorite video that I ever released of VR chat, and probably one of my favorite moments and days, was the dating, the random date that I had in the pug with a mute. I really don't think I ever had a more enjoyable experience and overarching fun stream time. It was so fun. Time to go find mutes again? Hey, good. Hey, that's easy. They're everywhere now. Oh, they're just solo VR chat just chatting? Oh, I see. Why are they called wiggle streamers then? I thought it would be less mutes now. I think there's actually way more than ever before. Mute solo VR chat just chatting streamers. That too. All they do is wiggle with very skimpy outfits, typically right up against the boobs, ass, or crotch. Oh. No, you know, if I ever came to that, I hope I just get banned forever. I'm multitasking because I'm thinking about the next build in Minecraft at the moment. We have to finalize the satellite, but... No, because everyone always prays for an Ico VR chat comeback stream, and I'm just like, dude... I don't know what people expect from it, though. I just don't think it would be anything insane. I can't even do the public world hopping. Wow, communication dish. Yeah, look at that. My hot take is that my era of VR chat is kind of over. Pretty much over. I don't know. I don't feel very suited to be there anymore. I mean, I'll show up for the little dance things. Those were fun. I had a good time. It was funny. I thought I was super desynced, and I watched the stream back. I was like, damn, okay, you know, I didn't look that bad. I never did Just Dance before, except for the one time with Chloe. When my full body tracking wasn't working. But I'm never switching off the alien avatar. Can't make me. The alien is so good. That's my favorite model or avatar. I'm never removing it. Actually uninstalled. I actually uninstalled VR chat. I mean, I did for the longest time, and then I reinstalled it to hang out with Leaf while we were waiting to play Phasmo. And then I was gonna uninstall it again, but then I just forgot. And then I hopped on Friday after stream. I did some dancing. Good night, Ghost Man. Good night. Yeah, I'm not really building much right now. I'm just kind of jumping around. This is a just chatting stream, essentially. I'm jumping around thinking about ideas for builds. You know, it's funny. Every time people talk about like their favorite streamers and stuff, like my favorite streamer 100% would be someone that doesn't even stream. Like if they became a streamer, I don't know if I'd ever watch any. I mean, I would, but like they would be my top streamer. I relate to all of their vibes. But they don't. They simply do not stream, and it's probably for the better. Probably for the better. Trying to like organize all this. We have so many soul torches. How? Where in the world did I put the carpet? Here it is. Sponge. But anyways, the reason I mentioned that person is because they made a statement on why they don't stream. And the statement is just like the expectations that they feel like they won't be able to meet. I'm like, even though I have no desire to, when I did consider or like think about it, not that I think there's any monumental expectations if I return to VR chat, but I feel like I wouldn't be able to meet those expectations that don't exist. So I don't. Man, that is a lot of coal that I acquired. Wow. But I could totally see myself being on other streams occasionally, like I was on Leaf's stream the other day when she had the announcement. Was that yesterday? It was yesterday. What did she announce? She announced her, like, official debut day. Like, when it's actually happening. I heard something moving. I was like, oh god, I'm gonna die. I kind of want to make another one of these domes. I don't know where, but it'd be cool for like a storage area. At this point, aside from the UFO, which yeah, obviously has storage and stuff, I feel like we do most of the work out here. Terracotta. Probably should have labeled these. That would have made life easier. Just put the hopper in here. But, you know, I have entered a biological dead zone. I met all these people, and I don't know where else I would be able to hang out with them aside from VR chat. So, you know, there's my predicament. I think they're all cool people. I don't recognize this trial. But it's right next to the ancient city, which is kind of interesting. Literally, the cameo and Leaf stream the other day was all I ever wanted to see again. I just wanted you to be able to hang out with friends in VR chat, but as you say, you prefer Discord VCs. I don't know what it is. I'm not gonna say trauma, because that sounds overkill. But something, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But I feel like every time I meet people on VR chat, I will never see them outside of VR chat. And it inflicts me with this social paralysis that makes me want to avoid socializing with VR chatters, because I will never see them, barring social events or like special events like this Minecraft server that happen infrequently. I will never see them again unless I hop on VR chat. And I don't like the feeling of only being able to interact with these people in one location. I don't like it. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's not trauma. I don't know. It's some sort of weird feeling. I don't like it. It's totally just a me thing, probably, because I don't know if anyone else has ever complained about it. But I lived through an arc where people would not acknowledge your existence if you were not on VR chat. Whether people want to believe that or not, that's up to you guys, but it was real. I didn't like it. And I effectively I can't. I'm not willing to deal with it. It's a no-go for me. I'm not trying to sound like I'm trauma dumping, because I'm certainly a little bit over it at this point, but it was a time. It was, especially during COVID. I don't know. I really don't know how to explain it beyond that. If it doesn't make sense, fair. But it was certainly a time. Oh, we have a lot more pale oak saplings. Well, not a lot, because we need 4. 4 per tree. I still have sweeping edge. I mean, I guess I'll put on my smite sword if I can. I also have Riptide, but I actually need a trident that can have it, I should say. An applicable trident. I just don't think that's a VR chat thing. It's a way certain people socialize. I had people where to them I just exist as a person they know super well, but only exist in the pub they drink at. I've spent a long time trying to like think if I've ever had another platform similar to VR chat where the situation was that they would not speak to me outside of it. And I really don't think I have. As far as like the internet goes. Like maybe the closest thing was unironically Minecraft. Way back when it was like super early Minecraft era, but like multiplayer was a thing. Also, drama. Right? Dude. From the moment I got on VR chat in 2017 until I kind of stopped playing, it was always there, which makes sense. It's a social game, so, you know, drama, that it just happens. It happens. Don't get me wrong. It's, you kind of sign up for it when you play something social and you know. Drama or trauma? Drama. Drama. I think I'm just mentally exhausted. Hello? Oh. But I've gotten over the era of saying that I hate VR chat. Okay? I've improved. Okay? I used to say I hate it. I didn't really mean it. I'm just Omega burnt out. I truly am. But, you know, we're improving. I'm hopping on every once in a while. I was there for the Leaf thing, and I was there for the dancing stuff, which was... I enjoyed it. It was fun. I enjoyed the dancing stuff. That was a good time. I also feel good because people go up to me, and the first thing they say is, "Hey, why you?" And I'm like... Feels good. Feels nice. I feel accepted. Considering that stuff and the way that I spoke, you know, the whole broken Polish glorp, borpa, okay? It wasn't very accepted in the old VR chat streaming days. I was not, people didn't like it. A lot of people avoided me and talk shit behind my back for the longest time, and I'm like, alright. You know, I honestly only came to terms with that and realized it, like, recently. I was wondering why I stopped doing it as often. I was like, wait. That's right. I went back down memory lane. Man, I love what we did here. I would still want to terraform this side so we could see more of the dome. I still want to fix this as well. Although now we're not going to have creepers to, like, lead over because I lit up the entire world. Like nobody else. But yeah, it's my little monthly VR chat talk. We still haven't built a Star Wars reference. It's another thing we should do. And the Star Trek reference. The thing is, we like Glorp and aliens. Not so much. I mean, space is cool, but everything we've built is somewhat alien-esque, right? I mean, the satellite is Voices of the Void, but you know, there's aliens in there, so you know. Then I guess you could argue the same for like Star Wars. I always laugh when I talk about VR chat because I feel like I'm trauma dumping, and I'm like, I'm not trying to. I just don't know a better way to explain my position. Are these tiles over here? What are these again? These are tiles, right? Oh. Tile wall, okay. Yeah, I was wondering why you were doing it. I was like, man, he really likes that emote. Hey, more power to him. Cool. I don't even know who added that. I didn't see anyone add that one. Could do a Gungan. I think it's split by 2, right? 3. Ooh, this might not look that good. I mean, we would just have to do this. Ah. No, it looks dumb. Also, I did 4 here. Oh, wait, doable, doable? Minus this one, I guess? I mean, if I just put it here, but I don't... The corner, you know? Whatever, it'll do. That'll do, that'll do. Yeah, VR chat's funny because it was like my... It was simultaneously the worst and greatest times. A very strange paradox. Another paradox. Okay, we're gonna push this back. How many blocks is this? This is a perfect square, right? So 9. And this is 6, 7, 8, 9. Don't do it, chat. I knew it! God damn it. I will say though, I do want to get back into like VR stuff now that I finally my VR back up. I mean, backup is a relative term. This is the most scuffed setup I've ever had for VR. Any fences here of the pale variety? No, but I can make some. Okay, that's not... Dude, what? You know, I'm gonna say, I was so energetic all weekend. I mean, I guess we had that energetic day on, was it Friday? Or Saturday? No, sorry, or Thursday? One of those days, I was like overly energetic. And then I go live on a Monday, you would think, oh, you know, he's probably fully rested because he had a whole weekend to just relax. I'm so tired. Why? Oh. So this would have to be... Yeah. It's probably the weather change. That thing's giving me elf vibes. I do love elves. Quite the sucker for elves. You know, fun fact. Fun Ico lore drop. I was meant to be an elf character prior to, in the in-betweens of Koyo Red and Ico, before I became a raccoon. I was actually meant to be an elf. And then it just didn't happen. And, you know, the sole reason for it is, at the time, I was playing Breath of the Wild, and I was reminded how much I love elves. And I ruined Yulin's life by not streaming Breath of the Wild after he requested it countless times. And then I tried Master... Hey, listen, you know... I think I made up for it by trying Master Mode on stream, okay? And then giving up. By not doing the trials anymore. The dwarf in me is having a clash of standards. That's okay. Juvie is also a dwarf. He's a dwarf man. He calls me a knife ear all the time. Back up, or you'll die. We're gonna need enough dirt to, like, fill up both of these. It's all gonna be stone going forward here, so... Never played Deep Rock myself. It's like, you had to pick the one spot, man, right? You see a new spot being formed, and you just have to sprint to it. It's sickening. I just got an email from Apple developers. Why would that... Why? I'm not an Apple developer. I wonder if it's because I just have, like, the beta programs. I beta test Twitch on mobile. Explains all the instability that I have. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole, diggy diggy hole, I'm digging a hole. You're gonna die, you're gonna die. Every part of me wants you dead now. Every single part. Get back in here now. I'm giving you 5 seconds before you get axed. 5. 4. I got distracted. Hold on, you have more time. Don't piss me off again. Pork tonight, let's go! I do like pork. Big fan, big fan. Of the least healthy meat you can possibly eat. You know what? I have an explanation for my chicken distaste, but people don't seem to understand, and I don't know how to explain it beyond... Chicken is good until it tastes like chicken. When chicken has the chickeny taste, I can't. I don't like it. Ooh, hot sauce. Yes. It's just like, if I'm eating, I don't know, chicken nuggets, and suddenly you get the really chickeny taste in the chicken nuggets. I really don't know. I don't know. I'm really trying to understand, but I can't. I really don't know how to explain it beyond that. But there was a really funny comic that I saw one day. And that's what they did. They were like, they were explaining that they don't like chicken when it tastes chickeny. And I was like, yes, I'm validated. But it still doesn't make sense. I don't like when chicken tastes chickeny. I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. But when I saw that comic, I felt so good. I was like, oh my god, yes. I don't know. I really don't know how to explain it. I love chicken noodle soup. I love chicken nuggets. I love spicy chicken sandwiches. But if they hit with, like, the chickeny taste, I will be reluctant to finish eating them. I don't know. If you ever find out and have, like, a good description for it, please let me know, because I really have no other way to explain it. It's the same pig getting in the way. It's crazy. It's the same pig. No, wait. Where are two of you at? Well, no, I don't know. No, but I can't, it's not, that's the problem. It's not because of the... I can't equate it to, like, enjoying strawberry-flavored things, but not liking strawberries. Because I still eat chicken. I just don't like when it has the chickeny taste. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let's not, you know, let's not forget I'm a very odd specimen. I'm convinced I'm some sort of alien. Here's the problem. If you just gave me, like, normal cooked chicken, I would still eat it. Like, just bland... Just bland chicken. Don't do it. I thought I was bolting right over to it. Which part of the chicken? I like chicken legs. How'd that get in there? I don't know. Look at these guys. I mean, I'll eat any kind, but the legs and the wings are my favorite. Please move. Like, you guys gonna be trading places? It's just okay. Also, this needs to be... I need you... Why is little meat censored? I don't know. That's gotta be some weird, like, auto mod from Twitch. Someone probably used that as an insult. These are the best, but too little meat, sadly. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, seeds would be the play, but I'm just trying to work with what I got. Where in the world is the dirt? Yes, although from my understanding, they're essentially working on a new update that will have like servers you can just join off of like friends. I don't know what exactly the idea is. It's kind of like Steam servers apparently. But like for Minecraft. Why are you all grouping up there? What is so important in that little section? This is insane. I would really appreciate if you could just leave. Okay. No! They were running right back to it, dude. Like, what is going on over there? Okay. Oh my god. Not like this. I mean, honestly, servers, all things considered, unless you plan to have 1 billion players, which, yeah, this one did, they're not overwhelmingly expensive for what you get. But still. I think Realms, Minecraft Realms, which is just vanilla Minecraft that, like, constantly updates and you don't have to make any changes because they do it for you. I hear they're pretty affordable. I don't know how true that is because I haven't done any of that. We just do custom servers every time with mods. Actually, I'm just gonna cover this up. Friend server had a lot of fun, but ended up being one of the last 30 people that played it. Yeah, that'll do it. I mean, people just go ham on Minecraft. I also did. I'm not, you know, I'm no saint. I got on this server and I played. How many hours do I have in it now? 115 hours in the server since launch. So, you know, we're kind of slowing down a little bit. But people are also away at the moment. The hours will start to escalate again soon. Once people come back from TwitchCon. Minecraft is like a... It's typically a 2-week phase. You'd be lucky to have longer than that. But it also depends. Sometimes it just pops off. The server I hosted, I think it went on for... It was almost 2 months. Almost. Didn't quite reach the 2-month threshold. Hello. Nope. I was only gonna push this one back, but now I'm like, Last entire month, but we did a lot in that time, yeah. This server's been up for over a month now, so that's cool. People still consistently play. I mean, there is a lot to... I mean, you could just build. Literally, that's... You don't have to do any of the progression stuff. I was tempted to just spend most of the first half of the server's life cycle just building. And, I mean, I guess I kind of did that, but we also did some obvious exploration, right? This is good. I'll think about, like, what I want to put here, but for now... Completely vanilla. This one is like vanilla plus, but I mean, the plus is just quality of life, which I like. Because when it's heavily modded, dude, there's just so much you can do that I get overwhelmed. And I'm like, man. Wait. The sheep have an area that's... The one important pen that needs to have all grass, and it didn't. Or dirt, rather, whatever. Technically grass, but... I like the server because they're extending the life cycle by locking out the main objectives. We can't go to the Nether yet. So that's a big one. And then the end will be locked afterwards. Many other problems. I'm pretty sure a few mods or at least events would have lengthened this time. Yeah. Just the Minecraft life cycle. Yeah, it's not as concerning. I mean, what are even if they spawn there, they'll fall. We're good. It's just more the surroundings that are important. Server owners showing up more than 3 times. One of my first, like, community servers that I joined, I probably only saw the owner, like, twice. There's a lot of drama on that server. I think we're good. Oh, it's a mod that shows the light levels. So if anything's 0, it is where the mobs will spawn. I'm just like quadruple checking that it doesn't spawn near the pen. It would be a little suboptimal if a creeper showed up and blew up, you know, the fences or something. Bro, hello? What do the numbers mean, Mason? Mason, the numbers, what do they mean? Think about what to put on this back wall. Like a little, like, waterfall section or something. It doesn't have to look pretty, it's for the animal farm, alright? But it's there. It exists. I mean, if it's an animal farm. Yeah, nothing has to change. It's just there for the animals. Thank you. I have to, like, spam click the sort button for it to work. We don't want that sorted. A hidden door? Oh, like behind a painting? Yeah, that could be a play. All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. I need to save the sea lanterns for Radiant, because we're going to build something. I mean, if it even looks good. I'm like 50-50 on it. I'm not really sure. Why is there dirt in here? Oh, right. That's why. Okay. What would the creaking heart do if I just, like, put it between the, like, would it spawn the dudes? That would be interesting. Hey, good nugget to you too, Mr. Juvie. I hope it's not chicken. Just kidding. Two legs is an enemy. Whatever goes upon four legs or has wings is a friend. No animals shall wear clothes. No animal shall sleep in a bed. No animal shall drink alcohol. No animal shall kill any other animal. All animals are equal. Able together. Strong. All right, I'm dissociating. My brain doesn't work anymore. I am done for today. I got assignments to do anyways, so I'm sending you guys out of here to somebody else. But thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope everyone has a good rest of their days. Big GG's from me today. I will be back tomorrow. We'll probably do Subnautica 2 tomorrow. Wait, what is this? Watch 5 minutes. Get rewards by watching Ico while they're live in Minecraft. If I watch for 5 minutes, I get a builder cape. What? And then you get Tubbo's Realm SMP RPG. I'm just gonna find a random Minecraft streamer to watch for like 10 minutes. Alright. The one, the only, Chloe Foxy is currently playing Monster Hunter. Go say what's good. Do some glorping if you got glorp. Or, I don't know if Chloe has. She might. If not, glorp anyway. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your days. Hopefully I'm more awake tomorrow. And, yeah. GG's. Thanks for hanging out. I'm out of here. Peace!